Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts held many secrets, but none quite as dark as the one Aurora Blackwood discovered on that fateful autumn evening. The sixth-year Ravenclaw hadn't meant to find the sealed tower it had found her, appearing suddenly as she fled from Peeve's latest prank, its weathered door materializing in a wall that had been solid moments before. Aurora stood before the entrance, her wand casting a soft lumos that barely penetrated the darkness beyond. Something pulled at her consciousness, a whisper so faint it might have been imagination. The brass doorknob turned easily under her touch, despite centuries of disuse, as if the tower had been waiting for her. The circular chamber beyond was thick with dust and shadow, its curved walls lined with artifacts that time had forgotten. But it was the portrait that drew her attention, a masterwork in oils depicting a wizard whose dignity remained undimmed by age. Unlike the other paintings in Hogwarts, this one didn't move or speak. At least, not at first. As Aurora raised her wand, the painted figure's eyes snapped open, fixing her with a gaze that froze the breath in her lungs. When it spoke, the voice was like parchment crumbling to dust. The seventh night of the seventh moon approaches, child. The pieces stir. The portrait's words echoed in Aurora's mind as she hurried through Hogwarts corridors the next morning, nearly colliding with Professor Corvus Shadowman as he emerged from the defense against the dark arts classroom. The professor's perpetual scowl deepened at the sight of her, but Aurora noticed something else in his expression, a flicker of recognition, quickly masked. "Professor," she blurted, "I need to tell you about the tower." About the portrait. Shadowman's hand shot out, gripping her arm with surprising strength. "Inside," he commanded, ushering her into his office. The room was a testament to paranoia, its walls covered with dark detectors and protective charms. He sealed the door with a complex series of spells before turning to face her. "You found Aldrich's tower," he stated flatly. It wasn't a question. Aurora nodded, explaining her discovery and the portrait's cryptic message. With each word, Shadowman's expression grew darker. When she finished, he moved to a locked cabinet, withdrawing a leather-bound journal whose pages crackled with age. Aldrich Blackthorn was more than just a headmaster, he explained, laying the journal on his desk. He was an experimenter in the darkest forms of magic, obsessed with achieving immortality. When the other professors discovered his work, they sealed him in that tower. But Blackthorn was clever. He had already hidden pieces of himself throughout the castle, preserved in ordinary objects that no one would think to examine. Strange events began plaguing the school in the days that followed. Students reported hearing whispers in empty corridors. Suits of armor moved of their own accord. A first-year Hufflepuff was found wandering the dungeons in a trance, with no memory of how she got there. Aurora and Shadowman worked tirelessly, poring over ancient texts and searching for clues to the locations of Blackthorn's hidden fragments. The professor's knowledge of dark magic proved invaluable, though Aurora sometimes wondered how he had acquired such expertise. Each object they discovered pulsed with malevolent energy: a quill, a goblet, a small mirror, each containing a piece of Blackthorn's essence. But they weren't the only ones searching. Late one night, Aurora caught a glimpse of someone else entering the sealed tower, a figure that moved like smoke through shadows. When she reported this to Shadowman, his face went pale. "He's gathering them himself," the professor whispered. "The pieces are answering his call." As the seventh moon approached, the castle's very foundations seemed to tremble with anticipation. Aurora spent countless hours in the library's restricted section, eventually discovering a ritual that might prevent Blackthorn's resurrection. But its price was steep. It required a sacrifice of magical essence that few wizards could survive. The night of the eclipse found Aurora and Shadowmend in the sealed tower, surrounded by the artifacts they'd gathered. The portrait of Blackthorn now writhed with dark energy, its surface rippling like disturbed water. As the moon's light faded, the figure began to step out of its frame. "There's something I never told you," Shadowmend said quietly, his wand trained on the emerging form. "I've spent my entire life preparing for this moment. Blackthorn was my grandfather before Aurora could react. Shadowmend began the ritual they had discovered, but with a crucial difference. He directed its sacrificial elements at himself rather than her. The darkness in my blood calls to his. Use it, Aurora." End this, the chamber erupted in magical energy as Aurora channeled Shadowmend's sacrifice, binding Blackthorn's essence even as it tried to reform. The portrait screamed, a sound that shook dust from the ancient rafters. When silence finally fell, the frame held nothing but blank canvas, and the scattered artifacts had crumbled to ash. Shadowmend lay motionless on the floor, his breathing shallow but steady. He had survived, though the ritual had drained him of much of his magical power. As Aurora helped him to the hospital wing, he managed a weak smile. "Perhaps," he whispered, "some family legacies are best left buried." In the years that followed, the sealed tower became little more than another Hogwarts legend, whispered about by students but rarely sought. Only Aurora visited occasionally, standing before the empty portrait frame and remembering the night she helped prevent a dark wizard's return. Sometimes, in the right light, she thought she could see Shadowmend's reflection in the frame's glass, not as the stern professor she had known, but as the man he had become, a guardian of Hogwarts, who had finally broken free from his grandfather's shadow. The tower held one last secret, though. In its highest room, behind a loose stone that none had thought to check, lay a small black diary. Its pages were blank, but sometimes, in the dead of night, words would appear briefly before fading away. The pieces stir still, story 2. The great hall of Hogwarts blazed with magical light as Thaddeus Grimweather raised his wand in the traditional duelist salute. Across the platform, his opponent, a seventh-year Gryffindor named Marcus Brightsteel, mirrored the gesture. The annual Hogwarts dueling tournament had drawn an even larger crowd than usual this year, with students and professors alike packed into the hall to witness the matches. What none of them knew, not even Thaddeus, was that this tournament would uncover a darkness that had lurked within Hogwarts walls for centuries. The duel began spectacularly, spells crackling through the air like lightning. Thaddeus moved with practiced precision, his green-trimmed robes swirling as he deflected and countered Marcus's attacks. But something was wrong. Marcus's spells, usually so precise, began to waver. His movements grew uncertain. When Thaddeus's final stunning spell struck home, Marcus collapsed not with the usual temporary unconsciousness, but with a vacant expression that sent chills down Thaddeus's spine. In the hospital wing later that evening, Marcus couldn't remember a single spell, not just from the duel, from his entire life at Hogwarts. 6 years of magical education had vanished like morning mist, and he wasn't the first. Thaddeus spent that night in the Slytherin common room, poring over tournament records from the past month. 3 other students who had lost their duels had subsequently reported memory problems. All had been transferred to Street Mungo's for treatment, their conditions dismissed as unfortunate accidents. But Thaddeus Grimweather hadn't been sorted into Slytherin for nothing. He recognized patterns, and this one reeked of dark magic. His first breakthrough came from an unexpected source. The Grey Lady, ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, drifted through a wall as he was examining portraits near the tournament area. She paused, observing his work with ancient eyes. "The portraits," she whispered, her voice like wind through empty corridors. "They watch. They remember. They hunger." Before Thaddeus could question her further, she had vanished. But her words sparked a revelation. The walls of the dueling arena were lined with portraits supposedly to commemorate past champions. But when Thaddeus began researching their subjects, he found disturbing inconsistencies. Names that appeared in no school record. Faces that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Late that night, hidden under a disillusionment charm, Thaddeus witnessed something extraordinary. The portraits were moving not in the usual magical way, but physically leaving their frames to gather in a single large painting at the end of the corridor. Their whispered conversation carried to his hiding place. The tournament provides excellent cover for memories harvested already. Soon we'll have enough, the pure magic of youth. It sustains us so much better than these paint and canvas prisons. The truth hit Thaddeus like a stunning spell. These weren't ordinary magical portraits. They were something far older and darker, captured essences of ancient wizards who had discovered a way to sustain themselves by consuming the magical memories of others. But he needed proof and an ally. He found both in Professor Artemis Blackwood, the elderly charms teacher who had always seemed slightly suspicious of the portraits. When Thaddeus shared his discoveries, her face grew grave. "There are legends," she explained, "of a sect of dark wizards who sought to achieve immortality through memory magic. The founders of Hogwarts defeated them, but perhaps they didn't destroy them entirely. Instead, they might have bound them into portraits, thinking it a more merciful punishment than death. Together, they began researching ways to expose and defeat the memory-stealing portraits." The tournament's final rounds approached rapidly, with more students at risk. The portraits, perhaps sensing their investigation, began to move more openly. Students reported strange dreams of painted figures standing over their beds. Whole sections of the castle became unusually cold, the very stones seeming to pulse with dark magic. The night before the tournament finals, Thaddeus and Professor Blackwood discovered the portrait's true plan. They weren't just stealing random memories, they were selecting specific magical knowledge, building a combined repository of power that would allow them to break free of their frames permanently. The final match of the tournament would provide enough magical energy to complete their transformation. Thaddeus knew he had to enter the finals and lose. The portraits had never taken memories from the victors, only the defeated. Professor Blackwood prepared an ancient counter-curse, one that would turn the portrait's memory-stealing magic back upon itself. But its success depended on Thaddeus playing his part perfectly. The final duel began like any other, but Thaddeus felt the hungry gazes of dozens of painted eyes upon him. His opponent, a Ravenclaw named Sarah Wintermist, fought brilliantly, unaware of her role in the unfolding drama. As Thaddeus deliberately left an opening in his defense, he saw the portraits beginning to emerge from their frames. The moment his defeat was declared, they struck not just at him, but at every student in the hall. Professor Blackwood chose that precise moment to activate her counter-curse, using the portrait's own greed against them. The resulting magical backlash was spectacular. Painted figures screamed as centuries of stolen memories were ripped from them, their canvases dissolving into ash. In the aftermath, the affected students' memories gradually returned. The castle itself seemed lighter, as if awakening from a long shadow. The remaining portraits, the true ones, were relocated to a new gallery, after being thoroughly examined for any trace of dark magic. Thaddeus received a special award for services to the school, though few knew the full story of what had transpired. Sometimes late at night, he would visit the empty corridor where the dark portraits had hung, remembering the hungry eyes that had watched generations of students pass by. On one such visit, he found the Grey Lady waiting for him. They were not the last of their kind, she warned, her transparent form flickering in the moonlight. There are other portraits in other places. Waiting to be fed, Thaddeus nodded grimly, his wand held tight. Let them come. Hogwarts had faced darkness before, and would again. And as long as students like Thaddeus Grimweather walked its halls, its secrets and its children would be protected. But in a dusty storage room deep within the castle, a single small portrait lay forgotten, its occupant smiling quietly as it dreamed of memories yet to be tasted. Story 3. The ancient oak tree stood like a silent guardian at the edge of the forbidden forest, its massive roots twisting deep into earth that had known magic longer than Hogwarts itself. Luna Moonwhisper, a fourth-year Hufflepuff with eyes the color of dawn, had always felt drawn to this particular tree, though she could never explain why. Perhaps it was the way its leaves whispered secrets in languages no human tongue could speak, or how the air around it seemed to shimmer with possibilities. Professor Kettleburn's Care of Magical Creatures class had ventured deeper into the forest than usual that autumn morning, searching for signs of unicorn activity, while her classmates clustered together, pointing at hoofprints and collecting strands of silver hair. Luna found herself standing before the ancient oak. A shaft of sunlight pierced the canopy, illuminating a peculiar pattern in the bark symbols that seemed to shift and change as she watched. Without thinking, Luna pressed her hand against the rough surface. The world tilted, reality folded like parchment, and she fell through darkness into light. She landed softly on moss-covered stones, in a chamber that couldn't possibly exist beneath the forest floor. Crystalline formations cast rainbow light across walls covered in murals that moved like living things. And there, watching her with eyes that held centuries of wisdom, stood an elf. Not a house elf, this being was tall and elegant, with silver hair that seemed to capture starlight. "I am Farandel," he said, his voice like wind through ancient leaves. "And you, Luna Moonwhisper, are the first human to find us in 300 years. The hidden realm of Elfheim had existed beneath the forbidden forest since before Hogwarts' founding. Luna learned that the elves had once lived in harmony with wizards, sharing their deep connection to nature magic. But when dark dragons emerged from their millennium-long slumber, threatening both realms, a divide formed among the elven people. The Silverleaf faction believes we must maintain our isolation, Farandel explained, leading Luna through crystal corridors where elven scholars studied in libraries carved from living wood. The Dawnstrider faction, to which I belong, knows we cannot face the dragon threat alone. The dragons were unlike any Luna had studied in her magical creatures texts. These were ancient beings of shadow and starfire, their very presence corrupting the natural magic that sustained both realms. Already, their influence could be felt, the unicorns fleeing deeper into the forest, the centaurs speaking of ill omens in the stars. Luna discovered why she had been chosen when Farandel showed her the prophecy wall. Among the flowing elvish script was an image that made her gasp, a human girl with eyes like dawn, standing between two worlds, wielding both wizard's wand and elven staff. "The prophecy speaks of one who can bridge our worlds," said a new voice. An elderly elf named Munchido emerged from the shadows, his face lined with concern. "But the Silverleaf faction would rather see us fall and trust in human magic again." Over the next few weeks, Luna lived two lives. By day, she attended her classes at Hogwarts, making excuses for her distracted state. By night, she studied with Farandel and other Dawnstrider elves, learning to channel magic through crystal and starlight rather than wand and incantation. The first dragon attack came without warning. Luna was practicing elven magic when the crystals suddenly darkened. A shadow dragon, vast as night itself, had emerged near the centaur territories. Its very presence began corrupting the forest's magic, turning ancient trees to ash. The Silverleaf faction sealed their chambers, refusing to help. But Luna had an idea. The dragon's power came from shadow and corruption, But what if they could counter it with pure light magic? She convinced Professor Flitwick, who had noticed her recent interest in theoretical magic, to teach her an ancient light casting charm. Combined with elven crystal magic, it might be enough. The plan was desperate, but time was running out. Luna led a group of Dawnstrider elves to the surface, while Hogwarts professors evacuated students from the castle's outer grounds. The shadow dragon's wingspan blocked out the stars themselves, its presence like a wound in reality. Luna stood at the base of the ancient oak, channeling magic through both her wand and a crystal staff gifted by Farindel. As the dragon descended, she began the incantation not in Latin or Elvish, but in a language that bridged both, born from her unique understanding of both magical traditions. Light exploded from the crystal staff, amplified by her wand, creating a network of pure magical energy that spread through the forest like golden veins. The dragon's shadow magic met this barrier and recoiled. For a moment that stretched like eternity, two ancient powers clashed in the skies above Hogwarts. When the light faded, the dragon had fled, though all knew it would return. But something else had changed. The Silverleaf faction, witnessing the power of combined human and elven magic, began to reconsider their isolation. Luna's success had opened a door that had been closed for centuries. In the months that followed, a cautious alliance formed. Select professors were introduced to the elven realm, while elven scholars began discreetly visiting Hogwarts' library. Luna continued her dual studies, knowing that the shadow dragons would return in greater numbers, but feeling hope in the knowledge that they would face them together. The ancient oak still stands at the forest's edge, its bark now bearing both runic and elvish scripts. Sometimes, students swear they see strange lights dancing among its branches at twilight, or hear songs in languages no human throat could produce. But only Luna Moonwhisper knows the full truth of what lies beneath those twisted roots, a realm of crystal and starlight, where two magical traditions are learning, once again, to work as one. And in the deepest shadows of distant mountains, ancient eyes of shadow and starfire watch and wait and plan their return. Story 4. Professor Marcus Silverworth's obsession began with a simple question. Why did the portraits of Hogwarts move as they did? The brilliant but arrogant charms professor had spent years studying the castle's countless animated paintings, convinced there was more to their magic than mere enchantment. On a bitter winter night, deep in the restricted section of the library, he found his answer in a leather-bound grimoire whose pages seemed to whisper as he turned them. The book spoke of an ancient art called portrait, walking a forgotten branch of magic that allowed wizards to step into paintings and travel between them. But as Marcus would soon discover, this knowledge came with a terrible price. His research partner and longtime rival, Professor Helena Blackthorne, noticed the change in him first. The dark circles under his eyes, the way he would stare at portraits for hours, muttering incantations under his breath. When she confronted him in his office, surrounded by his notes and experimental artifacts, he merely smiled. "The portraits, Helena," he whispered, eyes bright with fever. "They're not decorations, they're doorways. Prison cells. And I've found the key." Before she could stop him, Marcus pressed his hand against a nearby portrait of a medieval wizard. His fingers passed through the canvas like smoke through air, and in an instant, he vanished into the painting. Helena's scream echoed through the empty office. What followed was chaos. Marcus appeared in portraits throughout the castle, moving between them at will, demonstrating his mastery of the forbidden art. Students watched in amazement as their professor stepped out of one frame and into another, lecturing about the possibilities this discovery presented for magical transportation. But Helena knew something was wrong. The portraits were changing. Their subjects seemed agitated, fearful. Some abandoned their frames entirely, fleeing to the furthest corners of the castle. And in their empty frames, shadows moved that had nothing to do with light or time of day. Research in the restricted section revealed a horrifying truth. The moving portraits of Hogwarts weren't just enchanted paintings, they were prisons, created centuries ago to hold the most dangerous dark wizards of their age. Rather than execute these criminals, the ancient members of the Wisengamot had devised a more humane punishment: eternal confinement within magical portraits, their powers contained by the very frames that held their images. Marcus's experiments were weakening these ancient bonds. Helena found him in the Great Hall at midnight, standing before the largest portrait in the castle, a massive landscape of a stormy moor that had hung above the staff table for as long as anyone could remember. As she approached, she noticed that the painted clouds were moving too quickly, the darkness between them deepening into something that had nothing to do with paint or canvas. "Can't you feel it?" Marcus asked, not turning around. "The power that's been hanging on these walls, right in front of us, all this time?" His voice had changed, taking on echoes that seemed to come from very far away. "They're all connected, Helena. Every portrait, every frame, a network of gateways just waiting to be opened. Marcus, the portraits are prisons," Helena pleaded. "The subjects aren't meant to leave their frames. You're weakening the spells that bind them." But it was too late. As she spoke, the darkness in the landscape portrait began to take shape. Figures emerged from the painted shadows, wizards and witches in ancient robes, their eyes burning with centuries of contained power and rage. Marcus's experiments hadn't just discovered their prison. He had given them a way out. The battle that followed would be spoken of in whispers for years to come. Helena, who had always specialized in protective charms, created barriers of light that prevented the escaped prisoners from fully manifesting in the physical world. Portrait subjects throughout the castle joined the fight, using their frames as battlegrounds to contain the dark wizards trying to break free. Marcus, realizing too late the magnitude of his mistake, used his knowledge of portrait walking to help trap the escapees. He and Helena worked together one final time, combining her protective magic with his understanding of the portrait passages to strengthen the weakened prison spells. In the end, they succeeded, but at a terrible cost. The only way to fully repair the portrait prison was for someone to enter the painted world and seal it from within. Marcus volunteered, knowing it was the only way to atone for what he had unleashed. The last time Helena saw him, he was standing in a small portrait in her office, looking more at peace than he had in months. "The universe of painted worlds is vast," he told her. "Perhaps I'll finally find what I've been looking for in here." Then he turned and walked into the painted distance, becoming smaller and smaller until he disappeared entirely. The portrait now hangs in the Hogwarts library, among the other quiet paintings whose subjects rarely move or speak. Sometimes, late at night, students claim they see a figure walking through different frames, checking the boundaries between paint and reality, ensuring the prisoners remain safely contained. Helena Blackthorn became the school's leading expert on portrait magic, though she never attempted to recreate Marcus's experiments. She did, however, establish new protective wards around every portrait in the castle, and started a tradition of ending her advanced charms classes with a warning: not all magic is meant to be rediscovered. Sometimes the frames we see around us are not decorative borders, but necessary boundaries. And some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. But in a dusty corner of the restricted section, the grimoire that started it all still sits on its shelf, its pages still whispering to those who pass too close, promising secrets of painted pathways and power beyond imagination. And sometimes in the deepest night, the portrait subjects of Hogwarts gather to whisper about the strange wizard who walks between their frames, forever guarding the boundaries between their world and ours. Story 5. The disappearance of Hufflepuff's cup was noticed first an empty pedestal in a chamber that had been sealed with a dozen protective charms. Within days, Ravenclaw's diadem vanished from its crystal case, followed by Slytherin's locket from its underwater vault in the lake. When the sword of Gryffindor dissolved into mist, During a school ceremony, Celeste Starweaver knew the ancient prophecies she'd been researching in Hogwarts' library were no longer mere academic curiosities. Celeste had always felt more at home among the library's towering shelves than anywhere else in the castle. As the youngest librarian in Hogwarts history, she had access to texts that few others had ever seen. But it was a peculiar book that found her materializing on her desk one night as moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows. Its pages contained a secret that would shake the foundations of magical history. There had been a fifth founder of Hogwarts. Morgana Dreamweaver, a witch of extraordinary power, had worked alongside the other four founders, her magic focusing on the space between their specialties, the points where different types of magic intersected and combined. But something had gone wrong. The other founders had sealed her away, hidden her from history, and scattered clues to her existence throughout the castle. The house ghosts knew more than they initially revealed. The Grey Lady spoke in riddles about the binding that must not be broken. The Bloody Baron muttered about powers that should remain dreaming. Nearly Headless Nick recited fragments of verse that seemed meaningless until Celeste noticed they changed with the phases of the moon. But it was the Fat Friar who finally broke the centuries of silence. The founder's artifacts, he whispered to Celeste one night in the library. They were never meant to be mere symbols. They're keys to a lock that holds back something magnificent or terrible. Sometimes the two are the same. A mysterious portrait appeared only during full moons, showing a witch whose face seemed to shift between four different aspects. When Celeste finally managed to speak with it, the portrait's words chilled her. They feared what I could create by combining their powers. They didn't understand that magic cannot be divided into neat houses and categories. It flows like water, transforms like fire, adapts like air, endures like earth. The portrait's clues led Celeste deep into the castle's foundations. Ancient runes carved into the walls told a story of ambition and betrayal. Morgana had discovered a way to unite the four fundamental types of magic represented by the founders. But the power was too great, too dangerous. The founders had used their artifacts to bind her into a magical sleep, hiding her very existence from history. Now, someone or something was trying to wake her. As Celeste delved deeper into the mystery, strange events plagued the castle. Students reported dreams of a woman walking through walls, whispering promises of power. The moving staircases began creating impossible geometries. Spells in classrooms would combine spontaneously, producing effects that defied magical theory. The breakthrough came during a full moon, when all four house ghosts gathered in the library. Their combined presence revealed hidden text in dozens of books simultaneously, forming a map that only existed in the spaces between shadows. It led to a chamber that shouldn't exist, a perfect pentagon hidden where the four house common rooms were closest to each other. But someone else had followed the same clues. As Celeste approached the chamber, she found the stolen artifacts arranged in a complex pattern around a central point where reality itself seemed to bend. A figure stepped from the shadows, Arcturus Blackthorn, a disgraced former professor of magical theory who had been searching for proof of the fifth founder for decades. The artifacts aren't just symbols of the houses, he explained, eyes gleaming with fanatic intensity. They're fragments of the original spell that bound Morgana. Break them correctly, and we can wake her. Imagine it, Celeste magic without boundaries, without the artificial divisions that have held us back for centuries. The chamber began to pulse with power as the artifacts resonated with each other. In the center of their pattern, a form began to take shape, a witch in ancient robes, her face cycling through different aspects like the portrait Celeste had seen. But something was wrong. The ghosts burst into the chamber, their spectral forms more solid than Celeste had ever seen them. The Fat Friar's usually jolly face was grave as he spoke. The founders didn't bind her because they feared her power. They bound her because she was no longer human. The magic she sought to unite had begun to unite her. The figure in the center was still shifting, but no longer between human faces. Reality itself seemed to warp around her, as if the very concept of form and substance was becoming fluid. Morgana hadn't discovered a way to unite different types of magic. She had become the union, at the cost of her humanity. Celeste realized the artifacts hadn't been created to honor the founders. They were anchors holding reality itself in place where Morgana's presence threatened to dissolve it. Their theft in arranged pattern wasn't awakening her, it was pulling reality apart around her. Working with the ghosts, Celeste used their spectral nature, their existence between states of being, to stabilize the artifacts. Arcturus tried to stop them, but centuries of magical theory were nothing compared to the fundamental forces they were dealing with. The chamber itself began to fold inward as Celeste and the ghosts reconstructed the binding spell, using the very instability Arcturus had created to strengthen the new seals. When it was over, the artifacts had transformed. No longer physical objects, they became pure magical anchors, invisible to any who might seek to use them again. Arcturus was found wandering the corridors with no memory of his obsession. The chamber sealed itself, becoming one of the many impossible spaces that exist between the real and unreal parts of Hogwarts. Celeste remained as librarian, but with a new understanding of her role. She wasn't just protecting books, she was guarding knowledge that existed in the spaces between them. Sometimes, on full moon nights, she meets with the house ghosts in the library. Together, they ensure that some boundaries remain in place, and that some forms of magic stay in the realm of dreams. But in the deepest foundations of Hogwarts, in a space that exists in the moment between moments, something still shifts and changes, dreaming of a time when all magic was one, and waiting for the day when the boundaries between dream and reality might blur once more. Story 6. The ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest whispered secrets on that fateful autumn evening, their shadows dancing beneath a blood moon that hung low in the sky. Isabella Blackwood stood at the forest's edge, her Slytherin robes billowing in the wind, as she traced the familiar path that had haunted her dreams for weeks. The sixth-year student knew she shouldn't be here, especially not after curfew, but the pull was undeniable, like a thread of darkness tugging at her very soul. Deep within the forest, where even the bravest centaurs feared to tread, stood an archway of twisted black thorns, nearly invisible against the darkness until moonlight caught its surface, revealing ancient runes that seemed to writhe like living things. Isabella's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the symbols from her family's grimoire, the one she'd found hidden beneath the floorboards of her deceased grandmother's study. "I wondered when you'd finally come." The voice startled her, and Isabella spun around, her wand raised. James Potter III emerged from behind an ancient oak, his Gryffindor tie loosened and his usually perfectly styled black hair disheveled. "The forest has been whispering your name for weeks." "Potter," Isabella hissed, though her voice lacked its usual venom. "How did you know you'd be here?" He stepped closer, moonlight catching the strange silver flecks in his green eyes. "The same way you did, I suspect. The dreams won't let us rest." Before Isabella could respond, a cold wind swept through the clearing, and the archway began to pulse with an eerie purple light. The thorns trembled, and through the gateway, shadows deeper than the darkest night began to seep into the world like ink bleeding through parchment. "The barrier is weakening," James said grimly. "The shadow guardians, your ancestors, they protected this portal for centuries. But now I'm the last." Isabella finished, her voice barely a whisper. The truth had come to her in fragments, through her grandmother's journals, through the strange abilities that had manifested since her 16th birthday, through the dreams that showed her this very moment. "But why are you here, Potter? What's your role in all this?" James's expression darkened. "My family has its own secrets. While your ancestors guarded the portal, mine." He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a mark like a crescent moon wrapped in thorns. "We were meant to be the fail-safe. If the portal ever fully opened, if the shadow guardians ever failed," a screech cut through the night, and from the archway emerged a creature of nightmare, a wraith with eyes like dying stars and claws that left trails of darkness in the air. Isabella acted on instinct, raising her wand and speaking words that seemed to flow from some ancient memory buried in her blood. Umbra vinculum. Chains of shadow erupted from her wand, binding the wraith. But more were coming. The portal pulsed wider, and through it, she could see a realm of eternal twilight, where creatures of shadow and nightmare roamed freely. "We need to seal it," James said, raising his own wand. "Together. The old way, the way our families once worked as one. Before the rifts and rivalries tore them apart, Isabella wanted to argue, wanted to refuse to work with a Potter, wanted to deny the strange connection she felt to him in this moment. But the portal was growing, and with each pulse, more wraiths were slipping through. The very air seemed to grow colder, and in the distance, she could hear the horrified cries of creatures fleeing deeper into the forest. As they began the ancient sealing ritual, combining shadow magic and protective charms in a dance as old as Hogwarts itself, movement caught Isabella's eye. 3 figures in hooded robes emerged from the darkness, their wands raised. "Stop!" The central figure lowered his hood, revealing a face Isabella knew from old photographs. Augustus Blackwood, her father's brother, who had disappeared a decade ago. "The portal must remain open. He promised us power beyond imagination. If we help him return, Isabella's blood ran cold as understanding dawned. "You don't mean Mordred himself?" Augustus smiled, his eyes gleaming with fanatical fervor. "The greatest dark wizard of the age before Merlin, trapped in the shadow realm by the first guardians. With the portal open, he can finally return and restore pure blood supremacy to our world." James stepped forward, his wand never wavering. "Your ancestors weren't guardians, were they? They were traitors who tried to open the portal before. They were visionaries." Augustus snarled, "And now, with both a shadow guardian and a moon warrior present, we can fully open the gateway. Willingly or not, your combined power will bring our Lord back to this realm." The battle that followed was like nothing Isabella had ever experienced. Shadow magic clashed with conventional spells, creating spectacular displays of light and darkness. The wraiths, drawn to the chaos, swirled around them like a tornado of nightmares. Isabella and James fought back to back, their magic intertwining instinctively, as if their bloodlines remembered an ancient partnership their families had long forgotten. But Augustus and his followers were powerful, and they had clearly prepared for this moment. A particularly nasty curse caught James in the shoulder, sending him stumbling. As Isabella turned to help him, Augustus struck, his spell catching her squarely in the chest. She felt her connection to the shadows begin to waver, felt them start to bend to her uncle's will instead. Then James's hand found hers, and power surged between them. The moon above seemed to pulse, and Isabella felt strength flow into her from the very earth beneath their feet. In that moment, she understood what the dreams had been trying to tell her. The shadow guardians were never meant to work alone. The moon and shadows, light and darkness, they were 2 halves of the same whole. Together, James whispered, and Isabella nodded. They raised their wands as one, speaking words that seemed to come from the very heart of magic itself. Shadow and moonlight combined in a brilliant display, forming a net that caught the wraiths and began pulling them back through the portal. Augustus and his followers tried to resist, but the power flowing through Isabella and James was too strong, too pure in its purpose. The portal began to shrink, its thorny frame twisting and contracting. Augustus made one last desperate lunge forward, but the shadows he had tried to control turned on him, wrapping around him and his followers like coils of dark silk. Their screams echoed through the forest as they were pulled through the gateway, back into the realm they had tried to breach. With a sound like thunder, the portal sealed itself, the thorny archway becoming solid black stone. The runes still glowed faintly, but they no longer writhed instead. They seemed to pulse in time with Isabella and James's heartbeats. As the last echoes of battle faded, Isabella turned to James, seeing him for the first time. "So," she said, trying to catch her breath, "I guess we're stuck with each other now?" James managed a weak smile, though his eyes were serious. The guardians and warriors were always meant to work together. Our families let pride and house rivalries blind them to that truth. He looked at the sealed portal. "But something tells me this isn't over." "What came through tonight?" "It was just the beginning," Isabella nodded, feeling the weight of her heritage settling on her shoulders. But as she looked at James, at the way shadow and moonlight seemed to dance around them both, she felt something else too: hope. Whatever came next, whatever darkness tried to break through, they would face it together, Slytherin and Gryffindor, shadow and light, united as they were always meant to be. The blood moon above continued its journey across the sky, and in the forbidden forest, two figures began the long walk back to the castle, their paths now irrevocably intertwined. Behind them, the sealed portal stood silent, its secrets waiting to be uncovered, its warnings of things to come whispered only to the ancient trees that had witnessed the return of a partnership as old as magic itself. Story 7. The surface of the Black Lake rippled beneath the silver moonlight, its dark waters concealing ancient secrets in its depths. Lyra Scamander stood at its edge, her Ravenclaw robes catching the evening breeze, as she watched in horror as another student, this time a first-year Hufflepuff, scratched desperately at the silvery scales appearing on their neck. The curse had begun 3 days ago, when the lake's usually calm surface had erupted in a geyser of black water that reached the height of Hogwarts' tallest tower. Since then, students had been transforming one by one, their skin taking on an otherworldly sheen, their eyes growing large and dark, their fingers becoming webbed. The teachers seemed powerless to stop it, and even the merpeople, who had lived in the lake for centuries, had retreated to its deepest reaches. Lyra knew she had to act. As the granddaughter of the famous magazoologist Rolf Scamander, she had inherited not just his knowledge of magical creatures, but also his peculiar ability to communicate with them. And now, something in the lake was calling to her. Miss Scamander, Professor Thaddeus Drake's voice made her jump. The new care of magical creatures teacher emerged from the shadows, his silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. "You shouldn't be out here after curfew, Professor." I heard it calling again," Lyra said, turning to face her mentor. "Something's wrong in the lake. The creatures are scared." Drake's expression softened. He had taken Lyra under his wing since noticing her extraordinary gift with magical creatures. "The merpeople speak of an ancient pact," he said quietly. "A covenant between the founders of Hogwarts and the lake's denizens, sealed by an artifact of immense power, Merlin's heart," Lyra whispered, remembering the stories her grandfather had told her. "The crystal that bridges the gap between land and water magic." Yes, Drake's eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. "And now it's gone, stolen from its resting place in the lake's deepest chamber. Without it, the balance is broken, and the curse spreads." A splash from the lake drew their attention. A figure rose from the water, not a merperson, but something between human and fish. Lyra recognized the face of Marcus Fletcher, a seventh year who had disappeared 2 days ago. His skin was now a pale blue, his eyes huge and black. 7 days, Marcus gurgled, his voice distorted by the gills that had formed on his neck. That's all that remains before the transformation becomes permanent. Before we all belong to the lake forever, Lyra felt her heart race. "Professor, we have to do something. There must be a way to find the heart and return it." Drake was silent for a long moment. "There might be," he began, but his voice trailed off as he stared into the dark waters. "The merpeople guard many secrets, but there is one who might help. A renegade named Corvin, who was banished for studying forbidden magic that night. Under the cover of a disillusionment charm, Lyra slipped into the frigid waters of the Black Lake. The gillyweed she'd borrowed without permission from Professor Longbottom's stores allowed her to breathe underwater, and her natural affinity for magical creatures helped her avoid the lake's more dangerous residents. She found Corvin in a cave carved into the lake's northern wall. The mare warrior was unlike any merperson she'd seen before. His scales were dark as night, and ancient runes were carved into his flesh, glowing with a faint blue light. "I've been expecting you, daughter of land," he said in Mermish, which Lyra understood thanks to her gift. "The lake's song speaks of your coming." Through their conversation, Lyra learned the terrible truth. The heart hadn't been stolen. It had been removed deliberately by someone who believed they could use its power to bridge not just the gap between land and water, but between life and death itself. "Your professor," Corvin said gravely, "lost his family in the last Wizard War. The heart offers him hope of seeing them again, but its removal comes at a terrible price." Lyra felt as if the icy waters had frozen her blood. "Professor Drake, but he's been helping me to find what he already possesses." Corvin nodded. "The heart must be returned before the seventh sunset, or all of Hogwarts will become part of the lake's domain." The next days passed in a blur of research and preparation. Lyra found an ancient portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw hidden in a dusty corner of the castle, who told her how the heart could be handled safely. Meanwhile, more students transformed, the curse accelerating as it spread through the school. On the seventh day, as the sun began to set, Lyra confronted Drake in his office. The heart sat on his desk, pulsing with an otherworldly blue light. "I knew you would figure it out," he said softly, not looking up from the artifact. "You have your grandfather's insight. Professor, please." Lyra stepped forward. "I understand wanting them back, but this isn't the way. The heart wasn't meant for this. You don't understand loss." Drake's voice cracked. "To have everyone you love taken in a single night. The heart can bridge any gap, Lyra. Any gap at all, but at what cost?" Lyra gestured to the window, where they could see students diving into the lake, their partially transformed bodies seeking the water they now craved. "Would your family want this?" Drake's hands trembled as they hovered over the heart. "I've seen them in the heart's light. They're so close. I can almost touch them, their reflections, Professor. Like the mirror of Erased. The heart shows us what we want most, but it can't really bring them back." Lyra took another step forward. "But right now, real people need our help. We can save them together." The sun touched the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and reds. Drake looked out at the lake, where more and more students were gathering in the shallows, their transformations nearly complete. Finally, his shoulders slumped. "You're right," he whispered. "Of course, you're right." Together, they raced to the lake. Corvin was waiting for them, along with a gathering of merpeople. As Drake held out the heart, Lyra began to sing in Mermish a song of return, of balance restored, of the ancient covenant renewed. The heart floated from Drake's hands, glowing brighter and brighter as it descended into the dark waters. When it reached its chamber deep below, a pulse of blue light spread through the lake like a shockwave. One by one, the transformed students began to return to normal, their scales falling away like autumn leaves, their gills smoothing back into normal skin. As the last rays of sun faded from the sky, Lyra stood with Drake at the lake's edge, watching as the rescued students were helped back to the castle by their friends and teachers. "Your family would be proud," she said softly. "You chose to save others instead of holding on to the past." Drake smiled sadly. "The heart showed me something else in those final moments. My family, they were at peace. Perhaps that's what I needed to see all along." The lake's surface had calmed once more, its waters black and still beneath the rising moon. But now, Lyra could hear it singing a different song, one of balance restored, of ancient pacts honored, and of the thin line between love and sacrifice that runs through all magic. As they walked back to the castle, Lyra thought she saw Corvin watching from the depths, his run scales glowing softly in the darkness. The lake had many more secrets, she knew, but for now, at least, the balance was restored. The curse was lifted, and the covenant between land and water remained unbroken, guarded by those who understood that some bridges, once broken, must be rebuilt with wisdom rather than desire. Story 8. The ancient clock tower of Hogwarts struck midnight, each chime reverberating through the castle's stone walls with an otherworldly resonance. But on this particular night, something was different. The 13th strike that followed should have been impossible, yet it echoed through the corridors like a prophecy fulfilled. Theo Lupin Potter sat bolt upright in his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory, his silver-streaked turquoise hair glowing faintly in the moonlight. Around him, golden threads shimmered in the air, traces of time itself, visible only to his eyes. They had been appearing more frequently lately, these temporal strands that wove through reality like a cosmic tapestry. A soft knock at the dormitory door broke through his reverie. Sarah Chen, his best friend and the brightest arithmancy student Hogwarts had seen since Hermione Granger, stood in the doorway, her Ravenclaw robes disheveled. "It's happening again," she whispered urgently. "Marcus Flint from third year, he's just disappeared, right in the middle of the common room. One moment he was there, the next she snapped her fingers. Gone?" Theo nodded grimly. He'd been expecting this, ever since the first disappearance 3 days ago. The golden threads around him pulsed more intensely, as if responding to his concern. "There's more," Sarah continued, pulling out a piece of parchment covered in complex magical equations. "I've been tracking the temporal anomalies. They're not random, Theo. They're forming a pattern, and it all centers around the room of requirement," they said in unison. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent as they made their way to the 7th floor. Portraits on the walls seemed to move in slow motion, and more than once, Theo spotted moments repeating themselves: a knight in a painting raising his sword again and again, a ghost passing through the same wall in an endless loop. "You see them, don't you?" Sarah asked, watching as Theo's eyes tracked invisible lines through the air. "The time threads. That's why you've been so distracted in class lately." Before Theo could respond, a figure stepped out of the shadows ahead. Professor Kronos, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, stood before them. His silver robes seemed to ripple with temporal energy, and his eyes held the weight of centuries. "Mr. Lupin Potter," he said softly, "the last natural time weaver. We've been waiting for you to manifest, time weaver." Theo's voice cracked. The golden threads around him danced more vigorously, responding to his emotion. An ancient order of wizards who could see and manipulate the very fabric of time, Kronos explained. Not mere time-turner magic, but something far more fundamental. Something woven into the very essence of reality. Sarah's eyes widened. "The disappearances, they're not accidents, are they?" Kronos's expression darkened. "No, someone is deliberately unraveling time within Hogwarts. A rogue time weaver who believes that by altering the past, they can create a pure, magical world, one where Muggle-borns never received their letters." The implications hit Theo like a stunning spell. They're targeting Muggle-born students, he realized. Erasing them from the timeline precisely. Kronos gestured to the wall where the Room of Requirement's door would appear. And they're using this room as a focal point, tapping into Hogwarts' own magical energy to power their temporal manipulations. As if on cue, the wall began to shimmer, and a door materialized, not the usual door to the Room of Requirement, but something ancient and ornate, covered in clockwork designs that moved of their own accord. The golden threads Theo could see all seemed to converge on this point, weaving together into a complex knot of temporal energy. "I can teach you to control your abilities," Kronos offered, "but we must act quickly. Each student, The erase weakens the very foundation of Hogwarts magic. Over the next few days, Theo trained intensively with Kronos, while Sarah worked to map the temporal disturbances using arithmancy. He learned to not just see the threads of time, but to touch them, to understand how they connected moments and memories into the tapestry of reality. But it wasn't enough. More students vanished, and with each disappearance, Theo could see the golden threads growing more tangled, more distorted. The castle itself seemed to be struggling, its magic flickering like a candle in the wind. Finally, on a night when the moon hung full and heavy in the sky, they made their move. The clockwork door appeared again, and this time they were ready. Inside, they found a vast chamber filled with floating timepieces and streams of temporal energy. At its center stood a figure Theo recognized: Elizabeth Burke, a former student who had been expelled decades ago for dangerous temporal experiments. "You're too late," she announced, her voice echoing strangely through the temporal currents. "I've already begun to rewrite history. Soon, Hogwarts will be as it should have been, pure and untainted." But she hadn't counted on Sarah. While Burke focused on Theo and Kronos, the young Ravenclaw had been quietly working complex arithmetic calculations, using the room's own temporal energy to create a mathematical proof that would stabilize the timeline. The battle that followed was unlike anything in magical history. Burke wielded time itself as a weapon, trying to age her opponents to dust or revert them to infants. Theo countered by redirecting the temporal flows, protecting them within bubbles of stable time, while Kronos launched his own temporal assaults. "You can't stop the flow of time," Burke screamed, her form beginning to blur as she drew more power from the room. "The past must be corrected." "The past isn't yours to correct," Theo replied, finally understanding what his gift truly meant. "Time isn't a thread to be cut and rewoven, it's a tapestry that includes everyone, every life, every choice." With that realization, the golden threads around him blazed with light. Sarah's calculations reached their crescendo, and Kronos added his own power to Theo's. Together, they began to restore the natural flow of time, pulling the displaced students back into the present. Burke howled in rage and desperation, trying to maintain her grip on the temporal energies, but it was too late. The room's power turned against her, and she began to fade, not erased from time, but locked within it, bound in an eternal moment between moments. As the temporal storms subsided, the disappeared students began to reappear, confused but unharmed. The castle's magic stabilized, and the golden threads Theo could see returned to their natural patterns. "It's not over," Kronos warned as they left the room. "There will be others who try to manipulate time, to change what should not be changed." Theo nodded, watching as Sarah hugged her returned classmates. "Then we'll be ready," he said, "all of us together. Because that's what time really is, not a single thread, but a tapestry woven from all our stories." The clock tower struck midnight again, but this time only 12 times. Each chime ringing true and clear through a Hogwarts that remained whole and unchanged, a school where every student, regardless of their blood status, could learn to weave their own magic into the great tapestry of time. Story 9. Deep beneath Hogwarts Castle, where even the echoes of footsteps seemed to carry ancient secrets, the renovation of the Chamber of Secrets had uncovered something unexpected. Marcus Zabini stood at the edge of a newly revealed archway, his Slytherin prefect badge gleaming in the light of his wand. The stone doorway was adorned with intricate serpentine patterns that seemed to move in the shadows, and above it, words in ancient runes glowed with a faint emerald light. "Knowledge guards its own secrets," Marcus translated, his voice barely a whisper in the cavernous space. After the chamber had been cleansed of its dark history, Headmistress McGonagall had authorized its conversion into a historical site. No one had expected to find another chamber hidden behind its walls. The passage beyond the archway led to a vast circular room lined with towering bookshelves. Dust lay thick on ancient tomes, their spines decorated with symbols that shifted and changed as Marcus passed. This was no ordinary library. This was Salazar Slytherin's private collection, untouched for centuries. A leather-bound book on a central pedestal caught his eye. Unlike the others, this one seemed to pulse with its own inner light. As Marcus approached, the serpentine clasp that held it shut uncoiled of its own accord, recognizing his Slytherin bloodline. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you." Zabini. Marcus spun around to find Rose Weasley Granger standing in the doorway, her Gryffindor robes a splash of crimson in the green-tinged gloom. Her wand was raised, but her expression showed more curiosity than hostility. "Weasley," he acknowledged, hiding his surprise. "Following me now?" "Someone had to," she replied, stepping into the room. "The castle's magic has been acting strange ever since you found this place. Even the staircases are moving differently." Before Marcus could respond, the book on the pedestal flew open, its pages riffling in an unfelt wind before settling on a diagram that made both students gasp. It showed Hogwarts Castle, but not as they knew it. 4 distinct magical streams flowed through the structure, one from each house, meeting in the center to form a swirling nexus of power. The founder's concordat. Rose breathed, moving closer despite herself. "I've read about this. The 4 houses weren't just administrative divisions, they were magical foundations that sustained the castle itself." Marcus nodded, his eyes fixed on the text. "Slytherin's grimoire. It says each house channels a different aspect of magic. Slytherin for cunning and ambition, Gryffindor for courage and strength, Ravenclaw for wisdom and creativity, and Hufflepuff for loyalty and harmony." Rose finished. "Together, they form a perfect balance." A distant rumble shook dust from the shelves, and both students felt a strange ripple in the magical atmosphere of the castle. In the great hall above, hundreds of students would soon discover that their spells had begun to weaken, their magical abilities diminishing like a candle slowly burning out. Over the next few days, Marcus and Rose worked together in secret, studying the grimoire as the magical crisis deepened. They learned that someone was using knowledge from the book to deliberately destabilize the house's magical foundations, hoping to rebuild them in a pure form. "Look at this," Rose said one evening, pointing to a passage. The founders knew this might happen. They left safeguards for students, one from each house, chosen by the castle itself to restore the balance if it was ever threatened. As if in response to her words, the grimoire's pages turned to reveal 4 glowing symbols. The snake of Slytherin on the page began to writhe, extending toward Marcus, while a lion emerged from its confines to roar silently at Rose. "We're 2 of them," Marcus realized. "But we need the others already here," came a voice from the doorway. Luna Chang stood there, her Ravenclaw robes adorned with her signature eccentric accessories, accompanied by Frank Longbottom too, who wore his Hufflepuff colors with quiet pride. "The castle's been leading us here," Frank explained, "through dreams and intuitions. We've been seeing the same symbols you have, but they weren't alone in the library." From the shadows emerged Professor Arcturus Black, the recently appointed history of magic teacher and descendant of one of the oldest pureblood families. "How disappointing," he said softly, his wand trained on the students. "I had hoped to complete my work before anyone discovered this place. The houses must be purified, their magic restored to its original strength, uncorrupted by lesser bloodlines' original strength." Marcus scoffed, feeling the grimoire's power pulse through him. "You haven't understood anything, Professor. The Founder's magic was never about purity, it was about unity. Different strengths working together." Black's response was a curse that sent bookshelves crashing down, but the 4 students were ready. Acting on instinct guided by the grimoire's ancient magic, they took positions at 4 points around the room. Marcus's Slytherin cunning provided strategy. Rose's Gryffindor courage gave them strength. Luna's Ravenclaw wisdom offered insight. and Frank's Hufflepuff loyalty bound them together. The battle that followed was like none ever seen in the chamber. Black wielded dark magic learned from the grimoire, trying to corrupt the house's magical streams. But the four students, guided by their respective founders' spirits, began an ancient ritual of restoration. Courage, Rose called, and red light flowed from her wand. Wisdom, Luna's blue magic joined the stream. Loyalty, Frank's yellow energy swirled into the mix. Ambition, Marcus completed the circle with green light. The four magical streams intertwined, forming a protective barrier around them as Black launched his final assault. But he had underestimated the power of unity. The combined magic of the four houses proved stronger than any attempt to corrupt them, and Black found his spells turning back on him, transforming him into a stone statue that would join the many others decorating Hogwarts halls. As the dust settled, the grimoire began to glow brighter than ever. Its pages turned to reveal new secrets, not just about magic, but about the true purpose of the houses. They were never meant to be rivals, but partners in maintaining the greatest school of witchcraft and wizardry ever created. The houses aren't just about sorting students, Marcus said, looking at his unlikely allies. They're about bringing different types of people together, making us stronger through our differences. Rose nodded, a smile playing at her lips. Think your fellow Slytherins are ready to hear that? They'd better be, Luna chimed in, her dreamy voice carrying a note of determination. Because the grimoire shows this isn't the end, the houses will face more challenges, more attempts to divide them. Then we'll face them together, Frank said firmly. All of us, the four students, emerged from the chamber to find Hogwarts transformed. The castle's magic flowed strong and true once more, but now students could sometimes see the streams of power that connected their houses, a constant reminder that their strength lay not in separation, but in unity. The lost grimoire of Salazar found a new home in the Hogwarts library, its secrets available to all who sought to understand the true nature of the Founder's magic. And if visitors to the castle looked closely, they might notice that the house hourglasses in the Great Hall now sparkled with not just their own colors, but with subtle hints of all four houses combined, a testament to the day when four unlikely friends discovered that the greatest magic of all lies in the power of working together. Story 10. The crystal ball on Aurora Trelawney's bedside table pulsed with an ominous red glow, casting crimson shadows across her dormitory in Ravenclaw Tower. It was the third night in a row she'd had the vision. Hogwarts in ruins, its ancient stones scattered like fallen stars, and beneath it all, something ancient stirring, awakening from a slumber that had lasted centuries. Unlike her great-great-grandmother Sybil, whose predictions had often been dismissed as the ramblings of an eccentric mind, Aurora's visions came with crystalline clarity. The gift of true sight had manifested in her with unprecedented strength, perhaps because she was the final seer in a world where divination was becoming a lost art. Dawn painted the castle towers in gold when Aurora made her way to the headmistress's office. Professor McGonagall listened with growing concern as the young seer described her vision. The castle will fall in exactly 1 year, Aurora explained, her violet eyes reflecting the morning light. I've seen it happening over and over. The foundations will crumble, the wards will fail, and something terrible will wake up. McGonagall's expression remained stoic, but Aurora could see the doubt in her eyes. Even after all these years, after Sybil Trelawney's prophecies had proven true, many still regarded divination with skepticism. Miss Trelawney, McGonagall said gently, while I don't discount your abilities, we must be certain before causing any alarm. Perhaps if you could provide more specific. A tremor shook the castle, causing the portraits of former headmasters to sway on their walls. In that moment, Aurora's vision overlapped with reality. She saw the office as it would be 1 year from now, in ruins, open to the sky, with something massive and scaled moving through the debris. We don't have time for doubt, Aurora whispered. steadying herself against a bookshelf. It's already beginning. When the teachers proved reluctant to act on her warnings, Aurora took matters into her own hands. She found allies in unexpected places. Xavier Longbottom, who had inherited his father's gift with magical plants. Luna Lovegood Thomas's twins, Stella and Lysander, who could see things others couldn't. And most surprisingly, Scorpius Malfoy too, whose family's dark history had given him a keen understanding of ancient magic. They met in secret in the Room of Requirement, which transformed itself into a circular chamber with walls covered in astronomical charts and prophetic runes. Aurora shared her visions through a pensieve, allowing her friends to witness what she had seen. "There's something else," she told them one evening, after showing them another glimpse of the future. "In every vision, I see a society of wizards and witches in ancient robes, performing some kind of ritual beneath the castle. The Order of the Eternal Dragon," Scorpius said quietly, pulling an old tome from his bag. "My grandfather's library had references to them. They believed in sacrificial magic, trading one source of power for another." Stella, who had inherited her mother's dreamy wisdom, connected the dots. "The castle itself. They want to sacrifice Hogwarts magic for immortality," Lysander finished, his expression unusually serious. "But why now? Why after all these centuries?" The answer came from Xavier, who had been studying the castle's botanical history. "The founding tree," he explained, showing them an ancient diagram. "A magical oak, planted by the founders, that anchors all of Hogwarts' protective enchantments. It grows in cycles of 1,000 years, and next year it will complete its cycle," Aurora finished, "and be at its most vulnerable." As the months passed, their research revealed more about the Order of the Eternal Dragon. They had been there since the beginning, a secret society that believed humanity's true destiny was to transcend death itself. They had helped build Hogwarts, but with an ulterior motive to use the castle's concentrated magical energy as a catalyst for their ultimate ritual. The signs of their influence began to show. Students reported strange dreams of dragons and eternal flame. The castle's magic became erratic. Staircases moved at random, doors disappeared, and ghosts began to fade. But still, most of the faculty remained skeptical, attributing the disturbances to natural magical fluctuations. Aurora's visions grew more intense as the predicted date approached. She saw members of the Order, their robes emblazoned with dragon symbols, emerging from hidden chambers beneath the castle. She witnessed the moment they would begin their ritual, drawing power from the founding tree through ancient runes carved into Hogwarts' very foundations. "We can't evacuate the castle without proof," Scorpius argued during one of their meetings. "And if we tell everyone about the Order, they'll just go deeper into hiding. Then we need to catch them in the act," Stella suggested, her silver eyes gleaming. "Set a trap." The plan they devised was dangerous but necessary. Using Xavier's knowledge of magical plants, they began cultivating seedlings from the founding tree, creating a network of magical sensors that could detect when the Order began their ritual. Scorpius used his family's knowledge of dark magic to develop countermeasures, while the twins worked on ways to reveal the Order's hidden passages. Aurora's role was the most crucial and the most difficult. She had to learn to not just see the future, but to understand it, to find the moments where change was possible. Each night, she delved deeper into her visions, searching for the thread that could unravel the Order's plans. The night before the prophesied destruction, as a blood moon hung over Hogwarts, Aurora had her final vision. But this time, it was different. Instead of destruction, she saw possibility hundreds of branching futures, each depending on choices yet to be made. The prophecy, she told her friends as they gathered in the Room of Requirement, it's not just about warning us of destruction. It's about showing us how to prevent it. The battle that followed would be remembered as one of the most extraordinary in Hogwarts history. As the Order of the Eternal Dragon emerged from their hidden chambers, They found not a sleeping castle, but one prepared for their arrival. Students and teachers, finally united in belief, stood ready. The order had not expected resistance, and certainly not from a group led by the last seer. They had believed that divination's decline would work in their favor, that no one would be able to foresee their actions. Instead, they found their carefully laid plans unraveling. Aurora, standing before the founding tree with her allies, didn't just see the future anymore, she understood it. The Order's ritual didn't require the sacrifice of Hogwarts magic. It required the sacrifice of choice itself, the elimination of all futures save one. Their version of immortality would have frozen the world in a single, unchanging moment. The future isn't set, Aurora declared as she faced the Order's leader, her wand raised and her mind filled with possibilities. That's what you never understood. True power isn't in forcing one path, it's in having the courage to face all possible paths and choose wisely. The magic that flowed through Hogwarts that night wasn't of sacrifice, but of protection. The founding tree, responding to the combined will of hundreds of students choosing to fight for their school, blazed with golden light. The Order's ritual backfired, their members trapped in the very timeless void they had tried to create. As dawn broke over a Hogwarts that still stood proud and tall, Aurora looked at her friends with tears in her eyes. The visions, she said softly, they've changed. I see Hogwarts standing for another 1,000 years, and more seers, not fewer, in the years to come. The last seer had become the first to understand that prophecies weren't chains binding the future, but maps showing all possible paths. In the years that followed, as she taught a new generation of seers, Aurora would often remind them of that night's most important lesson. The future is not written in stone, but in choices, and the greatest power lies not in seeing destiny, but in having the courage to shape it.